Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the 10K Big Rap PLO Mystery Bounty High Roller live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Hope you're all very well on this Thursday evening. What an FT we have in store. Average stack is over 40 bigs. Small blind getting the action started is 5K. Big blind is 10K with a 10K running big blind ante. 140,000 euro, 141,200 euro to be exact for the winner of this one. This was a mystery bounty edition. And look who it is. The villain himself, everyone's favorite character. You either love him or you hate him. Martin Cabral is in the house. He always brings the ruckus, and I'm excited to see what way this one unfolds. King Ho says bird is the word. Bird is the word indeed. What's up, Bird? What's up, Apocalypse? Thanks for joining us. It's the double stuff, guys. We're swapped the No Limit Hold'em this weekend for 4 cards. It's the PLO Big Rap Series Mystery Bounty Edition. Jenot says, hey all. And it looks like just the top 4 players are going to get paid. 39 runners overall. We have Poland, the Netherlands, Germany, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, and Italy all being represented under one roof. Greetings wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. And if you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Stanislav with the best of it here. It is ace, queen, queen, 9. It is Ando who is going to bet 45k with the kings. Hope you all can hear me loud and clear. Cards are in the air indeed. Let's go. Apocalypse says, of course, good evening, Action Man Dan. What's up, buddy? Nice to have you with us. Stanislav with the check mark on that turn. With the full house, of course. Gonna bet 40k. Stanislav will take that one down. Ando forced to retreat. Let's have a look at who else we've got at this FT. We've got JPJ, the legend himself. Jean-Peter Jakman. Jan-Peter Jakman, my apologies.
Okay guys, 1 round of straddle, okay?
And we have Yuri Van Hoof as well. Van Cabral. All regulars of the PLO world at this FT. Obviously, don't recognize every one of them. Suffice to say, it's a 10k buy-in. Famu saying only bounties as prize pool. I don't have any. I'm not sure about the actual mystery bounties here. We will find out. You're paying for, and then the rest of the prize pool, of course, will be in bounties. Octopus asked, want some exciting news? Always want exciting news, especially if it's good news. You only get that bad news that somehow is exciting. Octopus says he's going to be part of the Upheli Jarl squad. To march through the city as a Viking and set a huge boat on fire. Whoa. That sounds dangerous. Unless you're a pyromaniac, of course. Stanislav Miazel with the mystery hand here. Ando raising pot. The ace 10, 6-5 double suited. That's a pretty good flop for Ando. Depending on what Stanislav has, of course. Hard to get action when you flop or flush, but it is pot limit Omaha. A lot of combinations out there. Stanislav does check it back. Turn is the 4 of spades. $40K is the bet. 40K is the call. There is a 4th diamond. 3 diamonds rolling off. Not a great card for Ando to get paid on. Goes for full pot. Stanislav forced to let it go. Going to be tough to get paid on that run out for Ando. Does take it down. King OJH says, and I've never played PLO before. Quite different, I see. It is very different. It's so similar in a lot of ways, and then very different in others. You want to be drawing to the nuts. You've got 4 cards instead of 2. The main difference is you have to use 2 of the cards in your hand, not just 1, like you would do in Hold'em. For example, if your opponent had a diamond there, and just 1 diamond in his hand, even though there's 4 on the board, he would not have a flush. I'm saying it nicely there in Nolan Mahold'em. It's okay to use 1 or 0 cards to make the hand. With 5 cards in PLO, you always use 2 cards and 3 community cards. Very well said. No bird said it right before him.
El Paso. My favorite city. In Hamburg. Hamburger. A good combination.
I'm saying if the board is ace, queen, ace, king, queen, jack, 10, all hearts, no one will have a royal. Yeah, that's another way of putting it. It creates a lot of action, King O, to say the least. It's not for the faint-hearted. It's a very gambly game. It can be tough to keep up with the action sometimes. I'm by no means a PLO expert, but I have done my fair share of streams now at this point. King Jack 7 is the flop. Turn is the 8 of hearts. Van Hoof with the best of it, with a straight. Also, King O, you can have an overpair to the board, like aces, and an overpair to the flop or something, and it's still not going to be that good of a hand. That's another important point. Your hand strength needs to be stronger in PLO. And who's bets 35k here?
Guys, bring the chips together.
And go with the overpair calling. Over is the 8 of diamonds. Also pairs the board. I believe it's 15% of the prize pool from the players goes into the bounty, the mystery bounty side of things. At least that's what it's telling me on the screen here on the King's official site. The river is going to go check, check. Chicka, chicka. And if you're liking what you see on your screen here, the double stuff, the double trouble, we've got loads and loads of action the next few days into the weekend. Tomorrow we will have the Big Rap Platinum 10k PLO High Roller. That's the final day. That's also a 10k buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed. And Saturday, we've got the Big Rap Diamond 15K buy-in, the PLO High Roller final day as well. And then, of course, we have day 2 of the PLO Big Rap 1K Mystery Bounty on Sunday. That brings us nicely into Monday for the Big Rap PLO 1K Mystery Bounty final day. So stick some of those dates in your calendar because we've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. 5 days of the Big Rap PLO Mystery Bounty Edition coming to you live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. That's what you're watching if you're just tuning in. Laurie Shet says, aye, aye. Oi, oi. Marcus says, shouldn't you be sewing? Wasting no time before sticking in the needle. Excuse the pun. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Queen Jack Deuce is the flop. We do have an all in the call. And you're going to hear me saying this a lot on the stream the next few days. It's a post flop coin flip. Ace, King, Queen, 3 for Alan. Yeah. And the legend it is, JP. J is all in with the ace, Queen, 10, 9. And is the ace of diamonds. Where is the 4 of spades? And that one is going to get chopped up, gentlemen. Or he says, I can do both. I was a seamstress in a past life. But I love that dinosaur emoji. He says, I hope everyone starts liking PLO and quick. Yeah, damn straight. Or it says, this is not a split pot. No way. What happened here? Thought they chopped it up with 2 pair each. Perhaps I missed something on the river. I don't think I did. Find out in 2 seconds because I don't know by their stack sizes, but the dealer seemed to chop it up. Yeah, it looks like the bow had ace, queen, jack. Yeah. 2 pair jack kicker. Vesselin, ace jack 10, 7 raises the 27K. I don't think there was any straights out there, third, but you can always use the rewind button. Use your bird brain. We can figure out. Ace 4-4 is the flop. Draw here for Martin, just jack high. Whistling with the best of it. Technically. Bet of 18K and a call. These spades rolling off. Cool hoodie that Cabral has here with his aces. Etched on one side with the Puma on the other. And we'll check. The Veslin will just check this one back. Now he wants to bet again. For protection / value. And Cabral will get away from it on that turn. So Stia raises pot with the King Jack 7 double suited around to Cabral with the King 6-3 deuce. Round to the big blind, and he's not interested. Stia will take that one down. Stratos is in the house, says, didn't know they had a shot clock for PLO. Is it the time the same or longer for PLO? Looks like it's the same, Stratus. Nice to have you with us. If you like action, you're going to be spoiled for action over the next 5 days. We got lots and lots of PLO. Bird says, fun fact, we have a shot clock in our home game. That's pretty funny. The world, it is a changing. By the way, lots and lots of chips in play here. There was 39 entries. We're down to 9. 4 will get paid. You've got everything from 70 to 80 bigs, and the shortest stack is JP, and he had the guts of 25 bigs a couple of hands ago. So lots and lots of action to take place here. You've got a few stacks in between 40 and 50, a couple of stacks between 30 and 40, and then you've got Stia, who is firmly in second place, over 50 bigs. That's how they're looking with 9 remaining. Flop going check on the king 4 deuce. Big blind against the hijack. Stia checking a second time, and Van Hoof the option. 2 ladies in his hand. Probably just checks it back, and he does do just that. River is the 9 of hearts. Van Hoof still with the best hand. Stia going to be forced to bluff at this one. He's got a straight blocker. Missed his flush draw. Does bet pot. Gets it through. Strata says, I'm here for the melodious tones of Dan's voice to help me digest my lunch. Glad I could be of assistance there. Kings for Abdel Zofri.
It's big final table. Don't do anything stupid. I don't want to bust you, okay?
King,
This is the best player.
Jack 5.
Best Polish player. Best one. Be careful. You are not late? You are not late, yeah? I don't know. You only slow roll for chop, yeah. Ace queen over like 6 hours, 6 minutes to open the card.
Look first. Look.
Yeah, like.
Something changed.
But you were a big favorite. You were a big favorite actually.
I was favorite. I don't know.
Stia Collin with the mystery hand from the small.
King couple, everything.
655 is the flop.
Sorry, on the flop is 20 seconds or 30?
Trips for
Okay, last Miller put 30 seconds on the flop.
Zofri. He is going to check it back.
So it's 20 seconds on the flop, yeah?
Turn is the 9 of hearts.
No big deal, but yeah, I was confused.
Help me out. Can I get some more?
Stia now betting pot. And a call from Abdel. River is the 8 of clubs. Not a great run out here for Abdel.
Danny, you are the best. You are the best.
The best of the rest.
Best of the Polish best.
Stia betting 60k again. Tough to call for Abdel on this run out. Lots of straights and full house possibilities now for Stia. But Abdel is going to call. Knows his customer was getting a good price. Gets the job done. And is now playing 527k. Laurie says back to sewing this jacket and vest. Got to do what you got to do, Laurie. Wife duties and all that jazz.
Be careful. Last time you had sunglasses on was 80. Last time.
When is this burning of the boats happening, Apocalypse? That you mentioned in the chat. Is that what's happening? Is Laurie making you a jacket and a vest and some knickers for the affair? Some briefs. So we see a limp here from JP with his double suited ace-7, 4-4. Steve is going to limp behind with a 10-9, 8 deuce. Lots of playability for that one. Veslin, nice hand to squeeze it up with. Ace, queen, jack, 7 double suited. Makes it 60k to go. GP wants to see a flop.
This time I'm folding.
Do see the flop heads up on the 10-9-3. Rainbow board. Veslin with the best of it. Technically on paper. Lots of straight draw possibilities. Takes that one down. Apocalypse says there's 12 festivals across Shetland. We will be part of the Scalloway event. Strata says, does that mean you were a scallywag? Yeah, I agree. Nice to be part of the squad. I suppose you are a bit of a native at this stage. King, queen, 10-9 completing in the small blind. King, ace, ace, king is the board. Flop going check, check. Ten rolling off on the river here, giving Stanislav the best hand. With the full house. Stanislav betting. Tiny amount there. We can't get paid. Big blind having none of it. So Nee asked, do they both have full houses? It looks like they both have full houses, but the big blind has to use 2 cards. Both players have to use 2 cards in their hand. So that's why the king 10 bolting up. That's why you don't see the king queen calling off, even for a small sizing. Histian with the ace jack 6-5 double suited. 33k to go. Apocalypse putting in a video of what he's doing. In this heli. So can we just say hell yeah?
Always 32 before, 33. Sorry. I was thinking you go up a little bit.
And Christian with the ace, king, queen 5. And 03 betting with king, queen, queen 10. Takes that one down.
Check out.
Cabral, who we haven't seen be too active yet. He hasn't had many hands to get involved. Ace Ace King 9 for Van Hoof. In the small blind, 25 bigs. Freddy Krueger's is in the house, says GG and good luck. Van Hoof makes it 36k to go. Christian will call with the Jack 875. Flop is Ace 9-3. Top set for Van Hoof. Flush draws for Banov. $45k is the bet. $35k is the call. This pot with 154k as we see the 8 of diamonds turn. We can see just 3 outs can save Christian. No, that's not right. He's got straight draws, flush draws. It's a lot more outs than 3. Van Hoof betting pot. We're just below it. 144k is the bet. This is over half of Banov's remaining stack, and he is forced to let it go, even though he did have a decent amount of equity. As a draw, it's not going to be good enough.
Why don't we have microphones? Why don't we have microphones? Don't have it? Why?
People don't want to listen what you say. No one wants to listen what you say. Only reason. Usually we have no.
Vesselin with mystery cards. Goes for pot. Round to Cabrel.
Sorry, your card, yeah? Who's playing him, yeah? Okay, I don't know if in the middle.
But he's not going to defend.
He was talking to you. I don't know. He was talking to you. He has something in his ears. But when you shouldn't wear headphones. It's not loud. Seriously. Or is it? No, it's not. It's not a headphone. He said something into this service. No, I don't think so. I don't know what you wanted. Maybe you asked if you should play
Stratos says, why do I think Dan has his mute button pushed for a while after reading some of my posts? No. Just trying to keep up with the action and the chat, buddy. Did have a tiny little flick at that video Apocalypse put in the chat. That looks like a crazy thing to be a part of. Fair play to you. Strata says, just watch the video. That looks like a blast and really something fun to participate in and interesting to watch. All the cards on the screen here. Vesting with the ace 10-9 deuce double suited. Abdel going to call with king, queen, jack 7 double suited. JP in for the ride with the ace, jack 7-7 double suited. And we have a fourth double suited hand here on the button. Ace, king, 8 deuce. Ando is going to put a stop to it in the big blind with the King 5-4. Incredible how many double suited hands are out there. That's a great spot to squeeze from the big with the kings. Back around to JP. He's got 10 bigs behind. Flicks out a time chip card. We'll stack off. We have our first all in and call at this final table. 44% here for JP. Can't be too mad at that with all that dead money out there. 398k in this one up for grabs. Here we go. This is 10-8-4. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. Some additional outs here for JP as we hit the river. And he gets there with the 9 of hearts. Hits a straight. Big double up for the big man. And though forced to pay the man, will be left with 16 bigs. Massive fan base for this man. What a legend of the game, especially PLO. He will take that one down. Strata says, lucky river. Then again, luck comes every hand for someone. Luck be the lady tonight. Sorry, I said I keep the singing to a minimum around here. It's not even the weekend yet. Stanislav, still your chip leader with 67 bigs. Veselin with 48 and Abdel with 38. Martin Cabrel in the middle of the pack here with 34. Stia with 33. JP with 33. Van Hoof with 33. So this is Yen with 25, and the shortest stack is not so short, still playing 15 big blinds. Double suited here for Abdel again. Ace, king, queen, 6. Ando calls. Jack 10, 7, 6 double suited. Heads up to the flop. King 6, 4 is the flop. Abdel with by far the best of it on this flop. Well, that's a call of 50k with the Jack 10, 7, 6. I wasn't expecting to see him continue there. Top 2 for Abdel. And Ando going to be priced in now on the turn. Won't like this one too much, just 17% equity. Flush draws and straight draws, but needs to get there or he will be our first casualty at this final table. He does get there. The runner. He wins a big pot. Back up well over 30 bigs now. He will have close to 400,000. Abdel unlucky there, as is tradition in pot limit Omaha. Not the greatest of flops for the Jack 10, 7, 6 there. Did have some backdoors working for him. Picked up additional equity on the turn. Got there on the river. And oh no. very much back in the mix. King, Jack 10, double suited, raising from under the gun. Stanislav defending with the ace, queen, 10, 8. Flop is 6-4, deuce, 2 clubs. Post check, check. Turn is the 3 of hearts. Stanislav is going to turn his hand into a bluff. Going to bet 32k. River is the 9 of spades. Abdel with the overpair. Not the greatest of runouts for the Kings. Abdel trying to piece this one together, trying to think about how many hands he can beat. There's 209k in the pot, 57k to call. We've seen him make a good call down already. Is he gonna call this time? All vote now. Does make a great call.
No.
Checks back the flop and calls 2 streets.
1 pair. Nice call. back turn, back river. Very good. But calling station problem. Calling station problem. To me, it would work. I thought turn. Turn
by your neighbor.
Yeah, I know.
I was chasing some girl.
Wow. What the heck? Kings. Nice one. Now no more tilt, yeah?
Still fine.
Still tilt?
Apocalypse is back. Says just needed a bit of help with the jacket sleeves. You have to fix the zipper. Gotta get the zipper fixed. Apocalypse says you saw what it should end up looking like in the video. We will see how it ends up looking. One pair winning a showdown in PLO. It did seem like a big enough call. Perhaps he has a live read. Ace, ace, jack, deuce, raised to 36k. Blitzching calling with the ace, jack, 10, 9. Strata says, as for what you missed, well, there was some dancing, then a bunch of monkeys came by, then we had some women and some strangeness. That bird had to come out with the hammer. Right. Now, Stratus, you can't say I wasn't reading out your comments after that one. Stia calling with the king, king, 7-7. So there we have it, folks. 5-way action to the flop. Queen 10-3 is that flop. A wrap for Abdel, it looks like. He's got straight and flush draws. Everybody checking to see the 9 of clubs turn. Pocket says, well, Zufri kind of has a straight flush. Does have a straight flush draw. You can't actually hit one. Yeah, very, very well said. Stia bets 90k here with the overpair. Abdel calls. With the straight. Around to Van Hoof. River is the 4 of spades. Abdel will like that river. Doesn't pair the board. No overcards to the queen. But it does look like he's going to check. There are some straights out there to beat some. And Stia is going to use those blockers, I think, as a bluff. He's blocking the top end of the straight. Does technically still have an overpair to the board. Graphics are going a bit crazy here. Let's just see what happens. So it looks like it was a check and an all-in from Stia. Now, to people who aren't familiar with PLO, this might look like a value bet, but he is turning his hand into a bluff, I believe, because he's got 2 blockers to the top end of the straight. So Abdel only has the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. Tough to call off your tournament here with the arse end of the straight. Nee says the second nuts you call, right? It's a different game. I wouldn't be shocked to see him call, and I wouldn't be shocked to see him fold. If I was leaning towards something, I would say fold, and he has put his hand in the muck. It's not good that he doesn't have a king in his hand. You're going to be losing there a decent portion of the time. That's why you see the straight going into the muck. Osmo says lol. Does lose against the king jack, as I keep saying. We do have a jack in our hand. Seems like a pretty tight fold. Not sure what you think about that one in the chat. Osmo says lol. Bird says what with a question mark. Seems a bit tight to fold there when we've made our hand. But on the flip side of that, we don't have a king, which is bad.
So how much?
King Jack 4 is the flop. JP defending with the Ace Jack 10-7. Listian with some mystery cards. Puck goes Banov. Don't think we will see JP continue here. Does let it go. Stratus says long way before anyone is in the money. It's a long way to Tipperary. Top 4 will get paid. We don't even have bounties in play yet. Going to be a fun night. With PLO, it can often drag on, and a lot of small pots considering it is pot limit. But I'm telling you, you can see many all-ins in rapid succession. It's happened before. It'll happen again. You've been warned. If you are just tuning in, you're watching the big wrap PLO 10K final table. 9 players still remaining. Over 140 grand for the winner. He will take that one down. King 5-4, calling from early position. JP going to limp behind on the button with some mystery cards. Banov checking his option with King 10-6-5 double suited. Bird asking, did Cabrel play even one hand? He really has had the shitty end of the deck. I'm sure we will be seeing him play many a pot when he gets the chance. It's not like Hold'em where he can just start playing garbage. You really got to pick your spots in PLO and be careful with your opening ranges and your continuing ranges and all that jazz. Your power ranges, not to be mistaken with Power Rangers. I'll get my coat. And JP raising on this board. Small bet from the Kings of Andal. Does let it go. Presume JP had a 9 or maybe trying to get more money in the pot with a full house, although he would be more inclined to just call the 16k bet if he did have a full house.
Okay, let's gamble. King blind and 90. Aha. Crazy, yeah?
It's a gamble that I lose you for. Your bluff.
Can I get 2 aces, please, mister? Yeah? Guarantee, yeah?
Then you check for the flop.
What do you mean, why not? Yes or no? Be a man. You will see. I want guarantee. Ace, ace, double suited. And stunning, queen, queen, king, king. Double suited, same card. And flop, king, queen, 2. And even an ace. Finito. Arrivederci. Arrivederci. Ciao. Tilt. Tilt. It's just technique. 260 altogether with do back.
Abdel raises to 35k with ace, queen, queen 10. Round to the big blind for Cabrel. Queen 9-8 deuce. Not amazing starting hand with that deuce in there. But the queen 9-8, not too bad, is going to call the additional 19k. And we do have Cabrel in a hand. Jack 6-3 is the flop. Apocalypse says, one day you are actually going to make a joke so bad the stream replace you on comms. I don't know if they'll replace you. You just got your sword back. As you were, mate. Back in line. The flop does go check, check. Save your breath for cooling your porridge. Or your lobster stew or whatever. Whatever you Shetlanders are eating these days. And Cabrera is going to check a second time on the 6-3 Jack 5 board. Perhaps we see Abdel go for delayed c-bet with the overpair. Maybe he just pot controls. Cabrera does find a way of winning that one on the river. Flop gets checked through, turn gets checked through, and he felt compelled to fire. So those of you asking what Cabrera is doing at the table, he is like a little mouse. The mosquito has flown in and suddenly has become chirpy chips. He's bringing the ruckus. Seatbelts and airbags. Giuo says it's funny how many times they are rechecking their hole cards. Yeah, it did seem to be happening a lot, but you know, they've got 4 cards, not 2. There's a lot going on.
Now we have to play one time.
How much? 50?
Yeah,
Why are you raising? Just call like next time.
I wanted, but I was confused. You see, I'm taking breaks because you play too much phone. So you are going to confuse me.
El Paso.
Yes,
No, Paul. El Paso is my favorite city.
I think there's a Paso in Texas and in Mexico.
You know everything.
I know a
Everything.
lot. I know a lot.
So
You
smart.
know what?
If he's talking, guys, I'm just going to let him do his thing. You won't hear from me as much.
You are like ChatGPT.
You've been warned.
ChatGPT from Hamburg.
He had been very quiet until he won that pot.
Everything. Everything. Super smart.
I'm gonna fight for my game time.
Killed guy.
Adele raising. Ace Queen 10-9. Stia calling. Jack 9 8 flop is 10-9 deuce. Looks like a small bet here from Abdel, and Stia shoves the lot. I don't think Abdel is going to be going anywhere. Here we go. We do see all in and call.
Super tilt, yeah? Scala. Scala. Oh!
Turn is a jack.
Finito. No outs, yeah?
And Stia has Abdel on the ropes
Bravo,
after that turn card.
Bravo, Italia. Always
GG
always like
for Abdel Zoufli.
now you win for 150.
We're even getting commentary from the main man, Ido Cabrel.
Le anni lo stanno coaching girl?
Guys talking about a hoodie being given away in the chat. Guys, I already told you if there's anyone that should be getting a hoodie after this length of time, it's got to be me. Wouldn't begrudge anyone in the chat or the moderators, of course. They do amazing work, and I am very grateful. God damn, surely I've got to be first in line for the Sunday hoodie. I would like one of them poker face ones for Christmas. If Kings are listening out there. Or whoever wants to send one. As Apocalypse says, Dan, what would you like? What would I prefer? Talking about hoodies or lobsters? Why don't you send a live lobster in the post inside a hoodie and just make sure the lobster can breathe? Or actually, the lobster doesn't have to be alive, but you know, either way. A hoodie with a lobster logo. Some Jordan Peterson type merchandise is what I want. Yeah, that's fine. You're raising with the king, queen, queen 10. On the boot on. Stanislav going to defend with the king 6-5-3. Flop is king 7-8. Flop goes check, check. Turn is the jack of hearts. Turn goes check, check. The knuckles emphatically.
Winner. Winner. Button. Can we do that during the break? Can we do that during the break?
Straight to the right side.
Excuse me, can we do that during the break?
We'll be having a break in a couple of hands' time.
We can do that now, it's so fast. But Martin needs some more time.
Charlotte says, well, if I had won the ATV, Dan was going to be allowed to use it. He could drive up and down the beach wearing a King's hoodie and passing out lobsters. Brilliant. Love it. Charlotte says, have Laurie sew one for you. Walker says, already on it. Yeah. You can knit me a... We won't use the word knit. So, reap what you sow. See what you can come up with. About time I got some Action Man Dan merch. Always the surprise around the corner at Kings. Just a couple more hands before the break, guys. Hope you're enjoying the show. Interesting opening frame. One elimination. Couple of small pots, couple of big pots. The 56 bigs is your chip leader. Stanislav with 43 bigs in second place. Invested him with 32 is in third. Then Gabriel in the middle of the pack with JP, Ando, Van Hoof, and Banoff. And Ando all playing very similar stacks. It's anybody's game. One double up from any of JP, Ando, Van Hoof, or Banoff, and they are right back in contention in the top 3 spot. Van Hoof raised the 56, gave it ace, queen, jack, 8. JP calling with the ace, jack, 10, 8. JP going to bet 80k here on the turn. Van Hoop is going for the full enchilada. JP calling them off here, of course. Just 22% equity for Van Hoof to remain in this tournament. River is the 10. And the fan favourite, JP, gets richer, playing over 750,000 now, 47 bigs, and we lose Jorrit Van Hoof in 8th place. That means 7 players remaining now.
Check now. And then throw a wine after. Congratulations. You can go in position, eh? You can go.
This one is bluffing a lot, so.
Huh?
This one is bluffing a lot, maybe something.
You never bluff. Never. Very transparent player. Very transparent player. Today you were trying to bluff, but you were 7.
Shada says JP looked surprised that he was so far ahead when he called the all in. I actually thought that as well. Seemed like it was a light enough stack off for Van Hoof. 442k for Cabrel. $28 bigs. Let's go. Round to Stia. This will be the last hand before the break. Aces now for JP. We'll call from the small. Five, 4 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 4. Trips now for JP. Does have a straight blocker as well and a straight draw. But that river gives a full house to Vesselin, and JP has no reason to believe he's behind here once the flop and turn has gone check, check. He's going to bet 40k now. Vestlin wants to go big here. Get paid by a flush, a straight, or an inferior full house. I predict he will make a pot. A hot pot. $165k is the raise. JP will let it go. Nice catch up there for Vesselin. We're going on a break, folks. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come from the final day of the 10K Big Rap PLO Mystery Bounty High Roller live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. I will see you all in a few moments.
Deeb is always outspoken, never one to bite his lip. In many minds, he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I mean? Like, he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's
maybe it just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of his
depends if you've done anything wrong.
Exposés.
Yeah.
The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, Kolozar. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leader's pocket sevens, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting King Deuce of Hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with King Jack of Spades.
Yeah, suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. Not gonna get yourself. Oh yeah, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice size pot with King Deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're Dietrich fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. Karlik did call as well. Family pot, and Queen Jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We've got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop. So,
well, Madani does have himself a king high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
Yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well, 30K.
Here we go.
Into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there from Gerald Karlik.
It's not so much the 30K bet, it's the people behind, and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is never on this man's mind.
Yeah, that's right. I like just the call in here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace-8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet by Madani got a lot of mileage. It pushed 3 players into the muck. Now a bit of a pesky road to improvement from Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner on board.
Do you have to
plenty of 10x, I would imagine, in the big blind defense range.
No. Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card from Madani to not put any more money on. He gets showdown value.
And expenses the flight. Like, it's not, you're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh, he's going for it again.
Yeah,
you have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it. And that leaves him merging.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get the showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kit we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end, and the nines are able to get
Exact board you want to flop us
face
out,
up for
5-8.
free.
That's why the bet on the turn is kind of nice. If you know if you check back the turn and Fast were to lead out 100K and you would consider calling, you know, maybe it's sometimes just better to bet 80K yourself.
The reward for his efforts. No further poker for you, sir, in the main, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we pick things up here back at the feature where we've arrived on the turn with a seldom involved chip leading Michael Dick.
Looks like this
Squaring
probably
off
went
against jacks.
open call or maybe open 3-bet call. 'Cause the pot size was already 360 before that bet right there.
Krivsky showing no concerns about Queen X, or better for that matter. Barreling once more, does have that gut shot.
Wow. I feel like Dick must have a plan here. Not just to hit an ace.
I mean, the 9 would be an awful card for him.
Yeah.
Board pairing 7 on the river, and I'd like to believe, Justin, that your speculation is accurate, and reaching for chips definitely reinforces that it was the plan to flat and then to barrel a multitude of rivers. And you know, it's a little peculiar because just how do I describe this? Like, the vibe of this felt preordained, like almost like it didn't matter what the river was, I was going to do this. And then you ask yourself, well, why would that be? You know?
Yeah, like he didn't really put a whole lot of thought with the 7 peeling. And again, I think we missed the pre-flop action. Yeah, he sniffs it out, makes the call. But a lot of times when these obscure lines are taken, it's out of desperation instead of out of like a value thought. Then, like, taking these outlier approaches, I do think can be successful. But I think you just need a little more thought, maybe a little more cadence on the river from Dick, just to let him soak in that the 7 paired and like, okay, if I had a 7 or if I had ace queen, what would I do? What would I bet here?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of like count to 3 in your head and fire out a bet.
I mean, there was something just innate within me as I observed the manner in which he went for the stack and then fired that river that lacked consideration. It just, as I said, like some sort of manufactured, prefabricated choice, and that was maybe part of the calculus for the jacks, which now have been passed over to Aishan in the big blinds, 605 back. Dick, fresh off of obviously getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, made it 50,000 legitimately with ace queen offsuit, and he's being pushed upon.
This is going to be a tester here. I think he's looking for a reason to put it in, and I think he's going to follow through here.
Wow. 6. 13.
I think he's yeah.
So Dick is going to rip in over the top.
And the plan call with 2 jacks. Classic race here. Definitely makes and breaks a lot of tournament lives. This flip exactly.
Not happy to play this one.
Aishan was already
Die checks nogmaals van jou stemmen.
No.
2 cards away from elimination earlier. He might be looking at this like a free roll.
Yes, baby. No.
Oh, no.
No, baby.
No, baby.
King available.
Your king. No, ace.
Now,
What's that?
ace
Your queen by
available as
ace.
I think you would take a king as well.
Queen ace.
Anything.
Come on. Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Come on, baby! Woo! Woo-hoo! Yes, baby! I love you! I love you! Wow. Come on, baby!
Tried to get out of line with the Jack 3 offsuit, and he got slapped right away by Madani.
Mm-hmm.
Finds another beauty.
Raise 32. 2 3
Ooh, Kolzar on the button with a suited ace-jack.
Facing
This
a
is
consecutive open now from the chip leader. Maybe some altered perceptions that, in spite of the responsibility that we just alluded to that Schmeko has shown off, not being out of line or V-pipping egregiously,
I think it will
we
end
could
up making a 38-minute
perceive that he's shifted gears, but Kolozar just content to flat ace-jack of diamonds on the button. Well served, of course. And now Shahar,
supposed to be
in an
60,
awful
then
way,
30,
unbeknownst,
No, 45.
could take a price.
Well, as soon as I saw the 16 structure, I told him I was
I think
like,
Kolozar
"You don't need
having
an hour."
having his hand being suited helps him call a lot. I think
45 is too long. Too.
people tend to lean the
Long?
3-bet on the offsuit just because it plays slightly
You can go
worse
to the button
post-flop.
there, you get don't have a reservation
yeah,
restaurant,
it's
so
pretty
maybe
ace-jack
don't
of
need
diamonds.
20 minutes anyway.
I want to have a nice walk outside of the parking lot.
Okay.
Breathing some fresh air. Doing some jumping jacks.
It's a disciplined choice there from Shahar to
It's not pumping enough just by
dodge this situation. I'm not so sure Kolozar is going to be able to dodge things, nor would he want to. Pairing the nut flush draw over here, little does he know it, but he lags behind. And this flop has chosen violence. $104 in the middle.
Having some inherent showdown, Kolozar probably is just going to take the passive route and just call here. It's not really a high five moment to like raise and have someone put you in. And with the jack, you have showdown value inherently. So just call and hope you get a prettier turn card.
So a flat of the 65K follow through, and now the nuts on the turn for Kolozar. Schmeko draws dead. No justice.
Schmeko gives the old knuckle, assuming he's setting it up to check call, and then on the river, check the side. Kolozar's probably looking for an amount where he could get his, he checks back. Wonderful play.
Really,
Doesn't realize how strong his opponent is.
what's more wonderful to you, the play on the turn or the deuce of spades on the river?
That's right.
And if you're Schmeko, this is an uncomplicated development, and obviously a check back from Kolozar might leave us thinking that value is available with 234 in the middle.
I agree. I think he might even go big here. Really attack certain queens, king jacks, jack nines.
And he's just praying that his man's got ace king across the way. Something that can potentially call what is sure to be this raise. Kolozar, though, I don't know that there are any sizes available other than all 486. And once that gets dedicated, the ace-queen loses luster in a hurry.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of posturing. I don't mind it, just to make sure your opponent can possibly think you can find some kind of bluff by jamming for not much more. There are sickos out there that do this as bluffs, but I do think Schmeko is going to find a fold fairly quickly.
Is 200 just too greedy with ace-queen?
No, I like it. Honestly, I think it's a good bet to bet then fold. Yeah. You're getting value from everything you have beat, and everything that raises is you're going to fold to anyway.
No, by the way, zero hesitation. Schmeko understood exactly what he was going to do in the face of the only raise size that was available to Kolozar, and
That's the thing.
Alrighty, folks, we're back just in time to see the King 10-8 take that one down. We have done a chip race. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 10k. Big blind is now 20k with a 20k running big blind ante. That's 10, 20, 20. Welcome back to the final day of the 10k Big Rap PLO Mystery Bounty High Roller live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster for the duration of this event. Stia is going to limp from under the gun here at the Jack 3-3. Martin has a very playable King Jack 7-5. Is he going to pump it up? Couple of limpers behind. No, he is not. Hoping for Ando to check his option with the Queen 10, 10-5. Be a crying shame to complete from the small with all that action behind him and not see a flop. If we do see a flop, it's going to be 5 ways. Not sure what Stanislav has in the hijack. Six, 4, 4 is the flop. Cabrera is going to go for a lead to tin the field here with an open ender. Definitely repping a 4 into that amount of players. Cabrera wants to see the river before the turn. At the end of every river is the sea. Osmo says Cabrera is the guy who always has a lot to say at the table. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Some say he's obnoxious. Some say he is a genius. Some say he is an obnoxious genius. All about perspective. You either love him or you hate him. I'm definitely a fan. Granted, it's easy for me to say I'm a fan because I am the one commentating if I was sitting at the table. Maybe not so much. And oh, completing into small, king, queen, jack 3. Steal with the king, jack 6-4. Checks his option, king, queen, 9. All clubs is the flop. Cabral must have had a nice break there because he's talking flat out now since his return. This one getting checked down to the river. River is the jack of diamonds. And though it's the best hand, we'll just check it. Then take it down. So 7 players remaining now, folks. 4 will get paid. Couple of flush draws out here on the ace-9 deuce. Lots of strawberries. Turn is the 4 of spades. Preston now going to bet 55k. We will take that one down with the 55k bet. As Jaina says, kick him out. Can't kill a bad thing. You know this, Jaina. Strata says, about time for me to go. Everyone enjoy the rest of the stream. Hope to catch you all next time. Good luck. Thanks for dropping by to say hi. You raised to 70k with the 853 deuce double suited. Yeah, have a nice day, Stratus. Apocalypse says take care and see you the next time. We are here today. Tomorrow, basically next 5 days, is coverage of the Big Rap Mystery Bounty Edition, various different events. And with the ace, king, queen, 9, we're raising to 70k. And Stia calling with the jack 10, 9, 7 double suited. Very nice starting hand for Stia. Round to Cabrehel. We could just start calling him Marty. Hey, Marty. Marty the Mosquito. And with the nut flush draw. The nut butter. Stia will like this flop as well, with just a jack high flush draw. Fernando only having 12 bigs behind. I predict we will see an all in and a call, you know. There you have it. Stia with 43% equity here. So it's basically a 60-40 for Ando's tournament life. Turn is a deuce of spades, and that's going to do it. Ando will double up. Stanislav raising from the hijack, and Cabrel is going to call from the small. And though in for a penny, in for a pound, and with the queen 4-4 deuce, we do see a flop 3 ways. That flop is Jack 10-10. Octave says, hopefully tomorrow's stream will be done by 8 p.m. I think it's an afternoon stream, so I don't think it's going to be done before 8 p.m. Ireland v New Zealand. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that one. Not going to lie. Stanislav is going to limp with the king, Jack 10-8, double suited. A lot of graphics not coming through correctly because we've got 4 cards instead of 2. Not sure what Ando or Stia has, but it is 3-way action to the flop once again. And that flop is Jack 6-3, 2 hearts. Ace 7 6 6. So a set for Ando has been revealed here on the turn. Betting 40k into Stanislav. And we'll take that one down. Walkup says revenge time. Yeah, is that in Ireland tomorrow or are we away? I'm not up to speed with this. I'll have to give it a Google in my off time. I knew it was coming up. I thought it was in a couple of weeks' time. I didn't know it was tomorrow. Silly me.
You said I'm in. So I have to play like that, right? Waiting for the money.
If you watch them again, they doesn't compare. So
He doesn't what?
compare on their part.
You really improved, like in English.
I know first language, but I really that that will put
Going better and better in practice. You should talk more.
Octave says, yes, in Ireland, all 4 autumn games are at home. After New Zealand, it's Argentina, Fiji, and Australia. Laurie is looking forward to Scotland versus South Africa on Sunday. That's their big game. Oh, that's a tough one, all right. 9-6-3 is the flop here. Flop goes check, check, turn. Gives the straight to Lynn. Not much in it here for Stia. We will see him release.
so that's the thing. Now I know you had queens. See? So I said, what's the hand somewhere? You had queen four. What I said? You had it?
Yes, the minimum payout is in fourth place for €35,300. Round to Marty with the King Queen 9-5. 3 diamonds in hand. Let's it go. Ace Jack 9-8 for Ando. Not going to get involved.
Why you need to know every stack before you fold his hand pre-flop in 20 seconds? Why? Can you explain it? I don't want to ask you. No, you don't have to reason when you have to read it. Let me
Ten seven six is the flop. And it's there. Flopping Lanús. Jack of Hearts. $25K is the bet. $25K is the call. Bricky looking 3 of clubs rolling off on the river. Stanislav will take that one down. The $65K bet on the river. A $60K bet on the river. Much of a muchness. Just waiting here in the cutoff here for Vesselin. Is really taking his time with this decision with the 9-5-4-3. Riveratos asks, why is he doing this? I actually don't know. He does have one of the larger stacks. Perhaps he's trying to run down the clock. Perhaps it's the wrong graphics and he has a more difficult decision. I would just presume he's going to let this one go, and he does do just that.
Now don't ask me why he did it. Why he wants to put him in the next line, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. He wanted to put you in the bigger big line. He wants to hurt you. But he likes it.
Stanisab takes that one down from the button with the ace, king, queen, deuce. Back to London, says break time question mark. No, we just had a break. It looks to me like he's just trying to run the clock, guys. As Banov has 8.5 bigs. I don't see any other reason for him tanking that long and using time bank chips. Jack 10, 9, 7 for Cabrel, taking that one down. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 10k, big blind is 25k with a 25k running big blind ante. That's 10, 25, 25. Average stack about 22 bigs and change right now. Marty raising to 50k from the small blind. Ando getting a good price to see a flop. We'll call with the ace-7-5 deuce. Marty is checking. Ando checks back. Turn is the king of hearts. Marty bets 30k. Two pair for Ando. Let's see what he wants to do here. Most likely just gonna call. Goes call. River is the 9 of clubs. We will see what Marty has here. Looks like he decided against betting. Marty trying to claim the pot. Ando has the best hand. Takes it down. Doe completes his action here at 10-9-6-4. Stia with ace, king, queen, jack. Raises it up. Gets called. Ace, king, jack is the flop. Lots of pairs here for Stia. Not much in the for Randall. Takes it down on the flop. Update of the chip counts. Look how close they all are now. Only 8 bigs separating first and 6th place. And then Banov with a lot of work to do with 6 bigs. Still 3 players away from the money. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Big Rap PLO NK Mystery Bounty live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. If you want to find out additional information about the resort, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Cabral takes that one down with the ace king, 8-5. He's starting to open up his game a bit, Marty. People were saying he's playing a bit tight in the previous frame, and he was for a bit. High jack for Marty. Jack 10-8 deuce. Raises it up. Ace queen 9-7 for Vesselin. Free betting with the ace queen 9-7 to 175 action back on Marty. So Apocalypse, do you think Ireland can beat the All Blacks tomorrow in Ireland? Nonetheless, Marty will continue. Flop is Queen Jack 4, 2 hearts. Look how much equity Marty has post flop here, and he doesn't even have a flush draw. Neither player with a flush draw. Marty has about pot behind. Veslin is 485. Looks like he is going for it. Bets the lot. He is going to call it off. This is a big pot, folks. The biggest pot we've seen of the night so far. 1.2 million in this one. 43% equity for Marty, and 57% of the time Veslin will eliminate Cabral in 7th place. Big pot poker here. We'll see the turn. Turn is the King of Diamonds. Two to one favorite now for Veselin to eliminate Marty as we hit the river. River is the ace, giving Marty the nut straight. And now he's got a lot of chips. Veselin's going to be left with fumes. So we've got a 4 big blind stack, a 6 big blind stack.
Okay, nobody busted, everybody happy. Decision. Kadine. So mama ve ne muşlo. Ya hraju, víš? Všim sis, já hraju. Všim sis nebo ne? Dobrý.
Apocalypse says, will be a heck of an ask. We lost a few players after the World Cup, including Johnny Sexton, but I think New Zealand are without Barrett, which is a huge loss. Ten, 6-5 is the flop. Or it's not the flop, is Marty's hand. JP will defend with the 8-6-5-3. The flop is King Jack 8. All clubs. Bird wants to see a heads up with JP against Marty. Turn is reduced to diamonds. Flop goes check, check. No. JP checking the turn. Small little tickler from Marty. Marty raising again. Expect to see him be very aggro now. He's playing well over $1 million in chips. As Apocalypse says, Mac Hansen is back, having missed the Six Nations. Great to have him back playing again. He is a great addition to the Irish crew, for sure. So fast around the pitch. He seems to be everywhere, Apocalypse, that Mac Hansen fella.
How do you know? How do you know? Magician of Riga?
9754.
Always pay me money, okay? I don't like it. Okay? Pozri, jak je to s těma bombama? Když to vyhraješ, tak co se děje? Co si? Kdykoliv, jo? Stačí bouchnout, jako jo? A je to fér? Není to nějaký, jako že když losuju já, tak malá, když to... Ne, je to fér, jo? Neví to, kdo to losuje, jo? Já počkám až nakonec, abyste to, aby to bylo fér. Je? OK. Maybe showdown.
Good dealers. So much luck, good dealer. Every time. I think you have a connection.
How much? 75?
Banov now forced to commit with the King Jack 10-10 in the small blind.
Bounty. Bounty.
Cabral with the Jack 887 trying to eliminate Banov here. Banov likes to see this. He's a 3-1 favorite. King 5 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 10 of spades. It's never over in PLO. Or rarely anyway, as we hit the river. McBanov did turn a set. and rivers quads. Banov back to playing 10 bigs.
Drama for no drama.
Daily quads for the bird. He says, wow. Wow.
Vesely? Bulgarian, yeah? Your last name, please? Vesely.
Close enough.
It's tough. Grazie Italiano.
Now we have cheats, so you can put some there. But not 50, 50 is not there.
Double suited, King Jack 6-4 for Marty. And ace, king, king, 8 here in the big blind for Stia.
Vesely, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Hello.
You want to go to dollar and your big line?
Hello, hello. It's not over yet. Think positive, okay? Think positive.
Chip on a chair.
Jack 3 deuce is the flop. Stia checking. Does have the over pair. Marty might lose some chips here. Does have a backup in the form of a straight draw.
He bet at 35.
Turn is a 3. Stia checks again. Marty is going to bet a second time, this time betting 75k. Stia is going to call. Marty needing help on the river does not arrive. It's Queen of Diamonds. $355 out there. Checks. Kings will take it down. Steve might have tried to get more chips in pre there, had it not been for the fact that there's a 6 big blind stack and a 4 big blind stack. Bradley looking back to make sure he doesn't have the best hand somehow.
River all in, you thought, yeah? You insta? Insta call or insta call? One of that, yeah? So lucky, can't believe it. I was counterfeited on the river. I had you, but I was counterfeited.
It's impossible.
So lucky, yeah? All in, you fall easy.
Easy for instant call.
Tomorrow.
No, instant call.
Maybe tomorrow.
You don't know me.
I don't know you.
How can I fold them? You have nothing, no? You have to draft a lot? You have to do this. Sometimes you feel
On the river, you lose everything. What is it called?
Pocket says one more KO before the bounties come in. They're going to have to fight it out for the bounties then, yeah. And there is a 60k bounty, a 27k bounty, a 12k bounty, and a 3k bounty. There is two 12k bounties, two 3k bounties, and the rest are just one bounty each. JP bet 50k there on the ace 9-9. Too hard flop, taking it down. Aces for Banov. Going to be getting this in. The ace 6-5. JP calling with double suited king 10 deuce. And double suited here for Stanislav with the ace queen 9-7. Getting a good price here to see a flop. Just let it go. Oh yeah, sorry. So it's back around to JP with the decision to call. And he will call. I just predicted what he would do before he done it. Oh, and look at this ace king 10. Badov with the best of it here by a landslide. Turn is the 5 of clubs, and Banov can't lose now. More chips are getting swapped around. That's 2 double ups for Banov now. And look, there you have it, folks. 40 bigs for Marty as their chip leader. Veslin on life support. And you got JP with 15 bigs. Stanislav with 21. Banov now with 22 is in the middle of the pack. Ando with 26. And Stia in second place with 31 big blinds. Vesselin does find himself all in with the ace 7-7-3. Marty with the king jack 8-8. JP going to call queen 6-6 deuce. Seven, three, deuce, two spades. There's the flop. Vesselin loving this with top set. Marty is going to bet 25k. JP with a pair of sixes, a flush draw. Turn is a deuce. Trips now for JP, but we can see it's going to be no good. Vestlin with a full house. Vestlin at 95% equity here. Ace of spades hits the river. And he is back to 7 big blinds now. So still 7 remaining here. Marty getting out of the way. JP taking that one down. With the double suited. And
Je to možný nebo ne? Jestli máš hodně věcí na starosti, tak tohle to mají být jako v pohodě, jo? Není problém, jestli to
10-10, 9-4 for JP on the booting. Marty getting a walk with the Jack 10-9 deuce.
Believe that. On my winning hand against him. Huh? Same hand, yeah. Maybe 8 or 9. But same. For me, same.
I can see this.
I take it as a compliment, okay?
It is.
Thank you. How much? 75? Can you make your stack normal? Can you make it by 20? He told him already 7 times. This is not by 20.
If it's like that, don't take it anymore, yeah?
Normal.
Okay, it's not like 20.
He told you 70 times, sorry.
I gave it to them now, but
Yeah, it's complicated, I know.
it's very good.
Difficult game this poker. Only all other people can do that, but it's okay. People ask questions.
400, 500. No, the blue was 500. Yeah? 20 times 25 is 500. Take it from him. Are you crazy or what? Tons of it. Tons of it.
So looks like Stia is raising to 75k here from under the gun. Ando going to call with King Jack 9-7. Flop is Ace 6-6. Blinds have just gone up, by the way. Small blind is now 15k. The big blind is now 30k with a 30k running big blind and deep. That's 15k, 30k, 30k. Stia taking that one down with a small bet. Pocket says Chelsea are winning 6-0 at half time against FC Noah. The goals are flooding in. That's some score at half time. Geez, they might get to 10-0 the way things are going.
It's 500 if it's 20. You play first time live poker or? In this year, yes. I never play live. That's 20. That's 20 stacks of 20. The blue is 500 and the orange is 100. So.
Veslin raised to 105 with the Ace 10-9-5. Marty is going to call here on the button with Jack 9, 6, 4 double suited. Interesting flop coming up. Just 65k behind. It's going in, folks. King, King, Jack is the flop. You see an all in here for 65k. Marty is going to be priced in, of course. Does call 415 in the pot. And Veslin needing to get lucky here to remain in this tournament. Turn is the 4 of diamonds, and it's looking less likely now. Here's the river. River is the 3 of spades. Veslin has been eliminated. Marty will scoop that one. We go 6-handed, and that means, folks, the bounties are now in play.
No, I only play for bounties. I only play for bounty. And now I get how much for making bounty? You are the worst. Worst of the worst. Okay, welcome in the money. Almost.
Min raise from the cutoff. 10, 9, 6, 3. Around to Stia with kings. He will just call. Queen 6, 5, 4 for Stanislav. Nice double suited hand for him. Quite the flop there for Stanislav, flopping a full house. Stanislav takes that one down.
No bluff, yeah? No bluff. Pocket here. Set 4. Queen. Wahnsinn. Wahnsinn.
High Jack min raising with Jack 10 7 4. Action on Ando with Ace Queen Jack 4. So Apocalypse says there was a lot of bend on the strike. Could say it was a big arc. Which goal was this now, Apocalypse? Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6?
Only because of that, I think the jackpot now they jackpot. Jackpot now.
Please make just like white one. Please. I mean like regular joke. That's me.
Marty bets 100k here on the Ace King Jack. That's going to get Steve out of the way, and JP's going to be forced to let this go as well. Marty takes down another one.
Look at his thing. You see that? The difference? You are the best in the world. Thank you. Awesome. No, it's not like
Two mystery hands. JP, 3 betting pot. Back on Marty. And he looks like he's interested. He's counting out some blueies. Does call. Jack 7 deuce is the flop, and JP moves all in for 195.
it's okay. It will be showdown.
And Marty is going to call here with the Ace King 8 7. I presume he's behind. We'll see now in a second. He is up against Queen, Queen, Jack 10. JP, 3-1 favorite here to have 870k. Turn is the king. Not a great turn card. Puts Marty in the lead. But the river saves him. Lady of the night at Kings gives JP trips. He will take that one down. Marty forced to pay the man. Pocket says, not sure if you remember, Dan, Ireland's last match was a 25-24 win in South Africa with a last-second drop goal. More of that drama, please. Yes, I do remember. It was fantastic. Amazing. I think it was in the morning as well. I was watching that. I'm not sure if I caught the live game itself, but I've definitely seen it. I thought you were on about the soccer match because that's what we were talking about before that, but it all makes sense now. It was a big arc indeed. It's moments like that that are only going to happen a few times in our lifetimes, and the players, of course. Exhilarating stuff. Not every day you're going to beat New Zealand. Oh, South Africa, sorry. I'm always getting New Zealand and South Africa mixed up when it comes to the rugby. Banov shoving it over the top here. And a double suited ace, queen, 9, 3 for Marty in the big. So we do see a call from Marty, and he's going to be priced in now, surely, for 5 bigs. Banov shoving with the full house. Not much in it for Marty. He does have a flush draw. But you do see on our screens he cannot win. Marty won't like that one. He's going to be down to 11 big blinds. Banov getting another one. Another double up. True. I think he had 4 or 6 bigs there at one stage. He's now playing 30 bigs. Quite a healthy stack. Swings and roundabouts in the great game of Paul Limit Omaha. Puckle says, we beat South Africa in the World Cup pool stage, but that meant facing New Zealand instead of France in the last 8. I'd rather have finished second. Yeah. I don't think we played our best in the World Cup, though, did we? And what's this in tomorrow now, Apocalypse? Is this qualifiers or... Martin going to call. And those raise. And with ace, queen, 4-4. Marty with the 7-7-5 deuce double suited flop is queen, queen, 6. Already checking the turn here. The ace of hearts rolling off. Ando with the full house. Look at that for a river. We're going to lose Cabral here. There's no way he gets away from this when he's only got 7 big blinds behind. This is just going to be curtains for Marty. There's no way he doesn't get away or he can get away from this. I really just don't see it. Especially when the stack to pot ratio is less than 1-to-1. And Ando has checked behind on the turn. GG, Marty. Nothing he can do there, of course. Bye-bye. We lose the superstar. The genius that is Cabral in 6th place. That means 5 players remaining now. And look how close they all are now. No one over 30 bigs, no one under 20. It is all to play for here on the money bubble of the Big Rap PLO 10K Mystery Bounty. Hope you're enjoying the show live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Parker says it was just a friendly. Next competition is the Six Nations start of February, November the 29th. Ulster versus Leinster. And as an Ulster boy, that's just as big. Well, I'll be rooting for Leinster in that one. Yeah, he's not everybody's favorite cup of tea, guys, but if you were everybody's favorite cup of tea, then you'd be a mug. Looks like there's a bit of a commotion going on in the background here at Kings. The weekend is getting kicked off early. People enjoying drinks, slot machines, cash games, baccarat, roulette, blackjack. You name it. Interesting to see Anne not picking the bounty yet. Sad to see Marty go, if I'm going to tell you the truth. He's always very entertaining to watch. Banov raising to 80k with the ace king 7-4. Stia calling on the button with king jack 10-9. Remember, it's over 30 grand for fourth place. JP calling with the queen jack 10-5 double suited. Banov betting 100k. We'll take that one down. That brings us to our second break of the night. That was a very interesting frame. We had a couple of eliminations. We are very close to the money now with 5 players remaining. Hope you're enjoying the show at home. I'll be back in about 15 minutes or so for lots more action. Don't go anywhere. See you all in a few moments.
Maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus. Has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Nista made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call aware with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste's just going to die. 2 10s versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck. Enjoy.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Nista. Looking that way on a king 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9, a whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these 10s are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Nista.
Those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
Can I ask you something? You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, you know, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah, and we're going to have a fight on our hands here, as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
4th or 5th time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsato?
What did I say?
Stetsato. I'm like, is that the love child of?
Yes, exactly. That's precisely what happened. Is Sposato and Stetsura.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but you know, it's still queens. And I imagine we're going to 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These two trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't think
would
so.
think.
Yeah, I don't think so. But
so 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
if they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5-bet with no thought whatsoever kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposato's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5 bet behind his 3 bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace-king, suited in particular, flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsura put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, Again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37.5 to see what's what. I
Yeah.
don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands?
There it
Yes,
is.
it is.
Great
My
laydown.
goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
And
Lets him
Sposato
right off
before
the
him.
hook.
And by the way, it's not
King
as though we
wow.
can critique Stetsura's choice to 5-bet here.
No, no, no. Of course not. Of course not.
I look, there's TV table. 30 minutes.
Alani's living right. 2 kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check
Goodbye.
that.
Goodbye.
Yeah. It sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Achan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards go in.
I think it was Alani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it
Right.
wasn't passing
Going very
Sposato's
nice.
lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as
Well
ace
sweated
king
you a
and
little
2
bit.
kings collide.
Or it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all
That's boring
Achan
for TV.
affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
King.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
$37.
Oh, my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo,
I saw you
Thomas Achan, for taking it on the chin like that. You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort
Yeah.
of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here and snatch some chips
I think
might, you know, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Kamoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Velocevic has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Daehyun Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the nines. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
on
of
the
spades,
turn.
10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
What a boring turn.
King of spades. Or split pot. King of spades is split
King
pot.
of spades, money back.
Kamoshi
Yeah.
facetiously pretending not to have a grip on
Oh.
the game.
Hello.
And maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee,
64.
given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
My heart.
He's sort of ready for it.
Do you think he's ever boxed a bear? Strikes me as the type. Might go toe to toe.
If we presented the opportunity for, you know, a grizzly slugfest, I think he's ready to upset some people over at PETA. Do you remember that video of the Aussie whose dog was locked up with the kangaroo? And he just jumps off the Jeep and punches it in the snout? What a legend that guy was.
A beautiful 1-2 combo.
I love animals, but that Roo really deserved a bop on the schnoz.
Right, yeah. And he's not going to be any worse for wear. You know?
No.
The dog got home safe.
He really didn't know what to do with it, by the way. Unlike Poodle, who with 2 7s, well aware of what is required. 16K sails in. Spasado says 2 overs. Let's go.
I'm rooting for Poodle.
Prepaid? Oh my god.
Not even for good reasons. Because just busting here alleviates the pain. No, Ali.
Oh, you're brutal.
I'm rooting for the 9 big blind stack.
Wow.
Let's keep him in the mix. See what he can do. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Threats, even though Poodle has flopped himself a cozy set to remove 1 pair issues, now he must fade a 9.
Clean.
Okay, clean.
Professional. Yeah.
Board pairs. Rivers irrelevant. Oh, my goodness.
Well, it's sort of relevant.
That deuce was necessary as the gutter did come in.
And you know what? I stand corrected. Poodle now has 12 big blinds, so we're going to get to see a real display of short stack ninja.
But full house. Yeah, straight wins. Full house.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Lots more action from the final day. Final 5 of the Big Rap PLO Mystery Bounty High Roller live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. How says hello, guys. Hi, how are you? Welcome back. Or did you ever even leave? You were just hovering around like how the friendly ghost. So we are on the money bubble, folks. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 20k. Big blind is now 40k with a 40k running big blind ante. That's 20, 40, 40. Banov raising from the small blind with the king, queen, jack, deuce, and Ando double suited king, king, 10, deuce. Does he just want to repop this one? Blind v blind. He does indeed. Pot goes the weasel. 3 bets to 360. Takes that down. Fold it around to JP in the cutoff. Ace, Jack, 9, 3. Looks like he's just got a limp. Banov has raised it up on the button here with ace 9, 8, 6. Around to Ando, a queen 10, 8, 7. Back to JP. He's just going to have to let this one go. Banov taking that one down. Banov getting so many spins. Had 4 or 6 bigs at one stage. Well, obviously, no player above 35 bigs and no player below 20, I think, when we got back. Ando going for it here on the button. 9-6-5-4, round 2, the big blind. Stanislav, ace-9, 3 deuce, double suited. And I said that no player was too far below 20 bigs, but it looked like it was closer to 15. And 12.5 bigs going in total now as the blinds hit. Stanislav Miadzel. Nine, 7, 4 is the flop. Ando 3-1 favorite as we hit the turn. Turn is the king of spades. Stanislav needing to get lucky on this river. He will be eliminated in 5th place. River is the 8, and we lose Stanislav. And the bounty will come with it. And Ando now playing 35 bigs, 1.4 million. He will be your chip leader as far as I can tell. So we do have the bounties in play. We'll be finding out what they are shortly. Stay tuned. Here we go. Could be a big one. €27,000. Wow. Ando with a nice little extra incentive there. Nearly 3 full buy-ins. Steve with A764. All players guaranteed a minimum of €33,500 now. Steve bet 70K. Bano flicking out it. Time bank. Time bank card. Steve with 76% equity here with his A764. Do predict Banov will just be letting this one go. There's not much happening for him on the ace-5 tree here with his 10-9-7-5. Does let it go. Stia takes that one down. Banov giving away there with the ace jack 4 deuce, and the king king deuce deuce takes it down. Johan, the main man, is in the house. What's up, Jay Wisello? He has subscribed to Tier 1 for 27 months in a row. Incredible stuff. Welcome. He says, let's play poker. Well, still 4 players remaining. We are in the money. Stia raising to 160 here with king 10-9, 4 double suited. Could see some action here. Banov going over the top. Ace king 8-4. Just 11 bigs behind for Stia. And this one is basically a coin flip going in for this 1.3 million pot. Big moment for both players involved. Queen 7-3 is the flop. And Stia is out in the lead marginally. As we see the turn is the deuce of clubs. Now Banov, a 2-1 favorite as we hit the river. Big river. It is the 4 diamonds. Stia gets there with a flush. Does a little dance. Makes a little love. Get down tonight. Sits back down. 33 bigs. Banov, after spinning up, finds himself back down around that 10 big blind mark after that one. Johan says, wow, shot clock in play. Yeah, this has been relatively fast. Now, you've got to remember there was only 39 runners and we started when there was 9 remaining. So it's took a bit of time to get down to the final 4. We did have Cabrel in the house as well. Marty was getting revved up, but took some hits and couldn't get there in the end. He stacked off with a full river to full house, but it was inferior to his opponent's better full house, and we lost him. It's the 120 to go, ace jack 10, 5. Ace Queen 9-9 for Ando. JP King King 10-10. Does 3-bet to 460, essentially committing himself with 5.5 big blinds behind. Decision on Ando. Let's it go. Laurie says she's finished sewing for the night. She's back. A woman's work is never done, Laurie. So they say. So say all of us. He says, aye, come to Shetland and say that. I heard you're a feisty one. I wouldn't want to be fighting you now, Laurie. It'd be an unfair advantage. You've got a needle in one hand and a harpoon for the whales in the other. I know you're not harpooning whales before you think I'm insulting you. Says he prefers swimming with them. You seem like an innocent bystander, Apocalypse. I don't know. Leave the swimming to Laurie. I can't say leave the cooking to you because, well, Laurie seems to be very good at the cooking as well. But hey, I don't know. Most prefer swimming with them. Okay, it was her. JP limping, Ando completing, Dia checking. Nine, 5, 4 is the flop. As Apocalypse says, just to make it even more fun for you, we are now both chatting on this account until the tablet charges. Oh, that is exhilarating. Fascinating stuff. The turn is the Queen of Diamonds, and that's a great turn card for JP. He's got top set. Ando bets 90k here on the turn and finds it on the river. That is a sick turn of events, river of events for JP there. It's going to be very tough for JP not to lose everything here. Music to his ears, turning upset, but that river, very bad for JP. JP will pay him off, of course. And he is having a bit of an explosion there, naturally enough. So that changes things a bit. Ando now with 44 big, Stia with 33, JP with 12, and Banov with 8.5, fighting it out between them at the bottom of the leaderboard. Johan asks, are there more streams this week? You bet your bottom dollar there are more streams. We are going to be spoiled for action, Johan. We have another 10K tomorrow. Then we've got more action on Saturday. It's just 5 days of the PLO Big Rap Mystery Bounty series, the entire series. 5 days today, all the way till Monday. You can check it out on the website www.kingsresort.com. Stia 3 betting, getting it in against Banov. And it is Banov all in and at risk. Finds himself in a 50-50 situation with 10-3 against the ace king, 8-7 of Stia.
Okay, 50-50 spot. Okay? I feel good about this and better than the other one. Let's see. But this I feel really good. Let's see if the feeling is reversed. No, actually no.
The flop is ace, queen, 6. Stia now with diamonds. And 100% on the turn. 4 diamonds rolling off, giving Stia a flush. We lose Christian Banov in 4th place. That means 3 players remaining now. Unlucky Sir takes home €35,300 for his effort. That means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €70,600. €3,000 is the bounty. Johan says nice, Dan. Yeah, very nice indeed, Johan. Loads of action. Lots of different events, all PLO related. Bird says, folks, I'm out. Have a good one. Thanks for your help, Bird. See you next cartoon.
I start the hand with 410, okay? 410 total, okay? Without that, of course. That is good. So, what he raised? 175.
Ace is here for Stia, raises to 175, and JP in the small blind, 7.5 bigs. Talking a lot here. Nobody complaining about that hand with his top set.
500. This is 20 pieces. So 500,000. 6, 7, 8. It's like 1.4 million, 1.5 million already.
These guys running some numbers here. JP is going to call from the small 4.5 bigs behind. Ando 10-7-5 deuce double suited. As Johan says, last year I won my first PLO flag in Kings on my hen and mob. Very well done, Johan. Well played indeed. And the flop, 8-5-5. It's not looking good for JP here, guys. 5% equity. Looked like he was a bit tilted ever since he turned the set of queens and got unlucky on that river. We might be about to lose this legend unless he gets extremely lucky. Turns the jack of spades. Gives him a glimmer of hope. He needs a 9. River is the 6 of diamonds. JP has been eliminated. Stia will scoop that one. Playing over 2 million now. And I believe we are going on a break. We will lose JP. And he will take home €70,600 for his efforts. 12,000 booty on his head. What an extra incentive it is to be pulling those bounties. We're going on a break to get this heads up battle set up for your viewing pleasure. It will be Alan Stia against Ando when we get back. 45 bigs playing 33. See you all in a few moments.
Cash game streets, content creators, the likes of Yo Viral, Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. it's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum,
Yeah.
Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Ranilani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura, screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
there's just
something.
like, yeah, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know. Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips.
Yeah, well, it's warfare out there, Ali, and those chips are just bullets.
Yeah.
No sense in going home with them, you know?
Not so bad.
Put them to work or put them to bed.
They're not as useful in the chamber as they are sprayed onto the battlefield.
That's right, that's right.
Until rent comes due, in which case you're looking for a few and some clips.
Hey, you know, there's some nice weather in California here. They're kind to the homeless.
Looking at you, Santa Monica. Ace-King here being looked at by Vaitu Leones, who has been northbound since his arrival. First hand he sat down and opened was an ace-king. Then, of course, ace-queen versus two kings. Yielded one from Stetsura, who's got an inferior ace on the button versus a cutoff open. Might be looking for his pound of flesh.
Yeah, this one can go either way.
Yeah, 3-bet to 15,000, ill-fated, and Sposado wakes up with ladies.
Now this is where it gets fun.
Unless you have ace-9.
He's the covering stack, so for sure we're going to see him go with it in some capacity here. It's just a matter of how. I guess effectively they're looking at about 60 blinds. I don't think jam's out of the question. With a formation this aggressively, though, maybe he wants to get a little value for his time.
You know, the thing is, as a big stack, if he were to come with some normalish 4-bet sizing, does it not at times appear to the opposition like it's more situational?
For sure.
Cutoff open, button, 3-bet. In context, those two played that little pot moments ago, and you could lure something less than ace-king into hazardous procedures.
Yeah,
Instead, we know that this one is a somewhat foregone conclusion.
Right. I think that's facts. It's more you start to play with the line of protecting your hand versus maximizing the value. And it gets a little dicey, you know, like 2 10s in this spot, I'm pretty sure you're on the cusp between jamming and folding, whereas like, you know, 2 aces, you're very clearly just playing 4-bet not all in. And everything that falls in between that spectrum is gonna want to try to do the best that it can to maximize both its fold equity and its ability to get worse to put money in the pot. This is very gross for ace king.
I mean, we didn't really have this spot in mind when we opened to 5K, and yet the hand is the hand. He's going to choose to jam it.
Yeah.
Sposato isn't looking for the exits.
So this is the thing, like, if you choose the 4-bet not all in here with queens, I think in general it's to snap a jam from either. But perhaps he was thinking to himself that he would very quickly call if the button were the jammer. Potentially he has a decision here versus the original opener.
Buona fortuna.
So we're off to the races in a classic.
Maybe.
If
Oh, did he call?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
seeing call 109 in there, so unless my eyes deceived. Perhaps the writing was on the wall here as the ace-9 ducks out of the way. And all of a sudden, the fate of the Lithuanian hangs in the balance. To the flop we go. 10-4 tray. Not what was needed. One ace in the muck. That much we know. Can we find a king? Some running wheel hopes. And the latter of them present courtesy of the deuce of hearts. Any 5, any ace, any king. Or just a 7 of clubs. And no sooner does Vito Leonis
Forza Italy.
arrive at this feature table than he is dispatched.
He has
The
the
options
build.
are, I mean,
I have
this
to
guy-
tell you, he has the build for it.
The wingspan on him, I mean,
Yes.
he'll reach over and pull your stack in himself from the 2 seat. You're
Yeah.
sitting in 7, and
Yeah.
he's like, no, 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 I got this. King Queen suited, meanwhile, back at the feature for Aishan. Has itself some issues here. As an open to 5,000 is mulled over by Ilani.
Yeah, I think we can see this one go either way. Probably leans 3-bet. And if it leans 3-bet, Ilani's not going to miss it. That's for certain. We've seen him take the aggressive option just about every opportunity he had. Spots are always very uncomfortable at this depth. 40-ish big blinds. I think King Queen suited just good enough. You're going to have to get in the mix. Understanding that you're dominated some amount of the time.
Yeah, it is so funny because we use blocker logic so often to be heroic with these king-queen suiteds, and now all of a sudden it's not going to take logic, but rather just a glimpse at this ace-10-3 with 2 diamonds to understand that more chips will be finding their way forward. Ilani, top pair in an inflated one pre, 34 in the middle. They play 103K effective.
Yeah, I imagine we see a river here in some capacity. About 3 SPR. I imagine the small size will be utilized here by Ilani. We do see 11 into 34. There might be some ideas of a smallish check raise here, call off. King, queen, diamonds here, plenty strong enough with the gut shot flush draw. You can see in the equities about 60-40. These are spots that when in doubt, you kind of just find a way to funnel the money in. I imagine he would be able to set up a little bit of, or have a range of hands that he can target that will fold. Comparable hands to what he's holding that don't have a front door, back door, so like king, queen of spades perhaps would be a hand that he could target. He could apply a lot of pressure to hands like jacks and queens that choose to c-bet. So I do think he's going to come with the check raise here.
There it is, 32,000 on the strength of the nut flush draw and the gut shot. as well as being able to leverage the presence of the ace to maybe send some pocket pairs packing. Of course, we block kings and queens.
Now, Alani's hand really can't do anything wrong. It doesn't matter if he calls or jams. It's more of a question of what, with his range as a whole, prefer to do. We do have some weaker hands in that range that are going to want to see a turn.
Well, this isn't all that weak, and yet it is going to play itself as a flat. As you mentioned, Berkey, no wrong decisions and no issues on a 5 of spades turn for the Israeli, as the Frenchman now must navigate out of position in the inflated 98K streets.
When he set this up for a jam, I suspect he'll follow through. Feels a little tough because we're not exactly sure what we're trying to get to fold, but, you know, kind of as mentioned, you'll see kings, queens, jacks be forced to play this way by Alani, and then they have to kind of hero it off.
Is the jam not exceedingly polar?
It is,
know it's
but the check
70.5
raise,
effective.
yeah, I think the check raise itself was polar to begin with.
Okay.
So we're looking at like 2 pair plus, and then maybe exactly this combo.
All right, so all of it on request now, and Ilani isn't exactly thrilled, but maybe this will be regarded as simply a hand of poker.
Yeah, I think he knows he doesn't beat value is the thing. He's losing to 10s, ace 10 and ace king that slow play pre, as well as I guess aces some of the time. He's now also losing to ace 5, but I don't believe that would be a part of the check raising strategy, so he can probably discount that. And then he's beating the combo draws, so the king queen of diamonds, king jack of diamonds, kind of exactly. Perhaps we see some 10-9, jack 10 of diamonds play this way. I think it's less often though. It's a big confrontation here. We're gonna need to see some help if king queen is going to improve. Otherwise, Ilani is going to get himself on quite the stack, and he does. 3 of heart river, not going to do it for him.
So the calls seem to be a bit of a foregone, if uncomfortable, conclusion to the jam on the turn, and a clean run out.
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, you know, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
You're like Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll accept that, because that canned pasta got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
yeah, that's not wrong.
The chef, you know, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that, man.
Yeah, you didn't wake up happy either.
No. Sutera.
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture.
But I'm
heavily Catholic.
It screams ace 9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually?
No, I don't think there's levels to this. I'm adding levels to something that
well, I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on.
But now when you're Radishi?
Stop it.
Does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off.
It's a K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against 1 pair. Queen king for a swing.
I was going to say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king. And now you see Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a 4-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't threaten. And now look at the lips in turn from Sutera.
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there
He's
on the sidelines
it's
throughout
way
the course of the day.
No, please don't do that.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited.
Okay, I think.
Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without glasses. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he folds the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open-enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and
7.
taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack 9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw
Folded a queen?
helped
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again. As he pocket queens, and you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions of this high VPPing Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamoshi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of spades is going to have no further interest, so they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay, strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens,
how fortunate,
leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of spades.
Almost a 3-1 favorite now, better than 4-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But you know, you got the 6-5 suited. You kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right,
Like,
right.
oh well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
but you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
It's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry, I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket seven's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer, he's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs 36. By coming through with a call.
Now
he's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi,
that's clear,
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open 25. Putting it in, I think, might be quite reasonable, and maybe he leans on king queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
there it is.
Arai,
he shares my thoughts.
Induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that, you know, you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're going to back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just trying.
It's
kind of
really
questioning what this is unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and it's, well, we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre.
Correct.
Right?
And the bigger aces also to be maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And check
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. Arai can get behind it. Tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and enjoy a deep stack.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after that extended break. We have the heads-up battle commencing of the Big Rap PLO 10K. Whoa. Looks like they've agreed to get this all in the first hand or something like that. 10-5-5 deuce, getting it all in against the Queen 10-8-8. After that extended break, looks like they must have went and done some form of a wheeler-dealer. 5 on the flop, followed by a 10 and an 8. Set for both players. So it is Ando who has the better one. Turn is the 4 of spades. They must have agreed as well to split the bounty. It's a lot of money to play for 60 grand on top of the difference between first and second. And as I said, we were on an extended break, so a lot of negotiations must have taken place behind closed doors in the VIP jacks. Who knows where? Actually, can't really say jacks. That's an Irish term for the bathroom or the toilet. But in this context, it could easily mean pocket jacks. I'll try to change the terminology. But you get my drift. It looks like this is going to be a fairly quick heads-up battle if they're just getting it in willy-nilly. Of course, anything can happen. Expect the unexpected. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. But if you are enjoying this action, we are going to be back. This is the first of 5 days of coverage of the PLO Big Rap. Mystery Bounty Edition. Lots of different events. Got another 10K on tomorrow. Actually, just going to pop it up real quick, the schedule. Just so we know what's what. Tomorrow, we've got the final day of the Big Rap Platinum 10K PLO High Roller. That's somewhere around 2:30 Central European time tomorrow. That'll be starting. It may change slightly. And there's a 15K buy-in as well, with a $500,000 guaranteed starting tomorrow as well. The Big Rap Diamond 15K PLO High Roller. So we are spoilt for action. Meanwhile, Ando with the best of it here. King, 10-9 against the Queen, 9-6-3. Here's the flop, Jack 3-4, flush draw for Stia. Flush draw for Ando. Ando with the best hand now, 3-1 favourite to take it down right here, right now. And Sunday we have the Big Rap PLO 1K Mystery Bounty Day 2. Not sure if I will be commentating on that one, but I will be back in the booth on Monday for the Big Rap PLO 1K Mystery Bounty on Monday for the final day. See, it does double up that run out. The 3 of spades, 9 of spades. Trying to talk about the schedule and get the hand in. Johan says, Dan, thank you for your comments. I will leave now. See you next time. If you leave me now, you take away the biggest part of me. No problem, Johan. Thanks for your help. Your brief visit tonight. Looks like they're going to be getting it in again. Ando doubles Stia up. They are going to get it all in. 10-8, 7-6 against Ando's Jack 10-9, 7 double suited. Flop is King 8-4. Stia now 69% equity as we hit the turn. Turn is the deuce of spades. Ando needs to hit this river. River is a jack. He's done it. Jack of clubs rolling off. We have a winner. Alan Stia, who's been highly entertaining and buzzing around the place, comes in second place. I'm sure these guys both thrilled with their results. It is Ando who is your eventual champion for well over €140,000, not including the bounties. Thanks to everyone who tuned in tonight. It was a fast-paced stream, as you would expect with PLO. Great fun to commentate on. I'm back again tomorrow afternoon. Until then, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.